Thanks, folks. Let's get started here. So today what I have for you is some tricks and techniques of how to handle special elements. So far, what you have been doing is just hitting a button, filling in some input fields, and I showed you how to do a drop-down select type of options. But there are some special cases that you might need to use some various other methods in order to be able to use them. So, such as, I get my pen tool out, such as this pop-up and alerts window that will show up. I'll give you some examples. iframe will explain that, and how to hover over an element, just like any human would hover over something. You are able to take your mouse pointer and hover over that element. Um, may not cover casting on this one. Scroll up and down, how to do that, how to open up a new window. Uh, we may or may not go over this advanced for loop. I'll show you how to do the keyboard action. Instead of send keys, you can actually do a method that's going to mimic exactly a human key pressing from the keyboard, and that goes with the keys.enter. And I guess I'll just leave you guys with this test case automation for homework, so I'll explain that later. Let's take a look at what is an alert. An alert is a pop-up window that shows up and there's no documentation in it. I got two of these right here. Let's take a look at this one here. I just right-click, open in new tab. And for this one, if you hit a sign in button, you get this pop-up open up with some information in it. It says, please enter a valid username. Um, we're just gonna mess around with that today to show you how to handle that. Please enter a password. And in this pop-up, you're gonna have to click on OK. The problem with that is whenever you get a OK, if you right click on it, it doesn't open up anything. And if you close that, then you right click on that screen and hit inspect. In that case, you will get this open up. But when this pop-up is open, it basically blocks everything out of the window, and you are unable to even locate any kind of element in the DOM that connected this. So therefore, Selenium has some innate abilities to be able to click on this OK button without having to go into the DOM and getting any kind of um, tag name or bilocator stuff that you have to do that you have done before. You don't have to do that at all. So let me show you how to do that. Let's go ahead and create a project here. Again, a brand new one. I'm just going to copy things from different areas. Next. Handle special elements. Okay, there it is. Delete these packages. And structure the POM file. I'll just take it from the other. We're still using JUnit. Tomorrow I'll show you how to teach you about TestNG. All right. Create a driver folder. And I just noticed that my driver yesterday for my company computer auto updated to 110. I need to double check what I have here. Might just do a 110 right now. Let's see. Sometimes when you open up this page, it just automatically goes in and pulls the later one. So you don't want to wait here to make sure this stays 109. If not, I need the 110. Yeah. Relaunch Chrome to finish updating. So I gotta relaunch. Open this up again. Let me close this. Mama, I have to close everything, so just bear with me for a second. I got other windows open up in other screens. Check now. I went into 110. So if this ever happens to you, always double check. If your test case is not working, it could be just your version not matching with the version you have. Now I'm going to need a 110 version. The previous ones are not going to work anymore. So let me just go do that real quick. Download. And there's that 110 version. If I click on it, I need the Windows 32. There it is. And what I can do is double click or go from File Explorer. Actually, it did open up. I'll do it again. And go to Downloads. There it is. Double click, open up. That's the file. You can copy that and create any folder. I'm keeping everything in Tools folder. And driver, didn't spell it right. Have another one. New folder, driver, and leave it in there. Paste it. So it's there now. And here's Eclipse. There's my new driver folder. Let me just bring this up here. Take that file, drag it, drop it here. Copy it. We got it. Close this one. Close that. Save it. save that, and run as Maven build, clean, install. Okay. Build success, looking good. Let's create a package. We'll call it test package. And in here, our first class is going to be handle pop-up. Pop-up. Okay. We know we're going to need a before method and declare the WebDriver. So let me just take some info from there, from this page login page, and we'll just take that. Those two really don't need the weight. I'll just do a WebDriver. Make it a very general, so everybody has access to that. And we can also need the before method for startup. So copy that. You don't need to rewrite it all the time. And do need that WebDriver weight. Since we activated it here. I don't need to maximize, but we can delete cookies if we want to, which is driver.manage.delete all cookies. Each session, it will delete all the cookies, so it will clean up all your sessions. And we also don't need this because we're going to go into different sites for different tests. So this is our basically startup item, and we have a tear down or finish, which is after method. And we will close the Chrome driver down. So I'll just copy that as well from here and put it right here. So those are the two things that automatically happen every time we write a test case. Now here's my first test case. Close that and do public void how to handle pop-up window. Okay. Here we'll do @test test and hover over and add JUnit library to the build path. And that will give us all the JUnit options to run this test with. Okay. First thing what we're going to do is go to that website. Let me just go in there. One second. So copy this one. Let's take a look at it again. Here's that site. And what we're going to do is basically just going to click on this button since we didn't add any kind of messages, it's going to show up this, and we're going to be able to click on this and close that, and that should be enough just to get that point across how to handle that. So we copy this part right there. We go to our code, and in here, who can tell me what I need to do? What method will take me there?
Driver.get.
Good. Driver.get, and in quotation, I paste that there, and it should take me there. At this point, you probably don't need me to show you how to take you there, but let's put some weight so we can see that we went there. I'll put some bad weight because we just want to see. Obviously, in the test case, we will never have this. So maybe like 3 seconds, we're there. Closing that, hover over, import, add throws declaration. That will add that in there, which will take the error off. And now that we went there, we need to click on that sign in button. And the sign in button, you can right click and inspect, which is not a problem. And you can see this input, type submit. There is no ID. So we can't do it with ID. We could do a class name, but what if there's more not the same class names here? One way to check is just copy that and see if we can paste it here. The class name doesn't always work, so I end up doing building an XPath anyway to even check the class name. Well, luckily there is only one. What if I put a star here? There's still a one. So let's do it with the class name. Let's see if it works. I never done it before, but um, I have a negative sense of this class name kind of thing. So I'll take that because in my company we don't have any unique class names, and these are like big sentences. So it's horrible. Copy that down, close this, and we'll just click on that class name that we found. So the next step we're doing right here is click on sign in button. Is this okay font? Do I need to increase the font for you guys?
I can see it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right. So tell me what to do it, how to do it.
So we have to make the command click.
No, it's like find an element, driver.find element.
Correct. Give me the code.
Find element, and then by what you're giving the class or
Class name.
ID? Class name.
That is by class.
Yeah. Since we took the class information, we can go by class name. That one.
Yes.
And then just paste in the value of whatever that class equals was. So here, class name, and as a string,
class name,
and paste it there.
And dot click.
And then dot click.
Dot click.
That should do it. If not, we're gonna have to change this class name to something else or XPath if it doesn't work. So let's give it a run and see if it works. Save it, run it. There, it did click on that sign in and it says, please enter a valid username. And that pop-up came up, and after 7 seconds, it shut down. So it's working. Any question?
No.
Now click OK on the pop-up window. And how are we going to do that? So here are a couple of methods that you have for your handling pop-ups. My pen tool is not working this morning. Let me see if it's already started somewhere in the background. I'll force close it. Reopen. There you are. Stay right there. It disappeared again. Come on. Okay, so we got this driver.switch2.alert. If you go through this road, you will get few options here. After the switch2.alert, it's going to give you some of these options that you can use. One is called dismiss, and you want to use the dismiss when you have a cancel button in that pop-up. You want to choose accept if you notice an OK button. If you want to capture some text out of that message, you can choose the option called get text. And if you need to send some information into the alert box, you can do switch to alert, send text like we do in regular get driver.find element and then send text. So these are the four things that you might need if you ever encounter any kind of alerts. I'm gonna show you two different things. One, we're gonna be clicking on OK button, so we're gonna be needing this one, accept. And let's see if we can get text out of that alert window and print it out into the console to see if that shows up or not. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So let's go in there. We'll go to our, excuse me, Eclipse. And really, there's nothing to investigate in the DOM anymore because there is nothing in there. You're going to have to use these methods to interact with it. So what if we create a string storage pop-up message, call it pop-up text. And in here, we go get that pop-up. So what we have to do is driver.switch to that one, driver.switch to, and then dot type in alert, and you will be able to see that option, which is right there. So just click that. And then if you do a dot, you will have that get text option. Select that. And in the second line, you can just print it out. Print out the pop-up pop text. Okay. And we want to click on it as well. We want to click that pop-up so it go away. So we'll do driver. This would be get text from pop-up. And the next step is going to be click OK on the pop-up. And driver dot switch to dot alert dot accept. And accept is the same thing as OK. Dismiss would be the same thing as cancel. Now we can run this, and if it works, then we will be able to see that pop-up go away, and then still the window will stay open for 7 seconds. And then we'll be able to also scan the text in here in our console. So let's save and run it. There it is. In 3 seconds, it's going to click on sign in. The page open, 3 seconds, sign. Oh, it was too quick. Let it head down. I need to put some weights right here. Let's see. The get text method was able to give us the text from the pop-up. It's called please enter a valid username. So that worked. And sometimes you may need to validate the text inside. If we have a page where if you change the bandwidth, it's going to give you a pop-up with a confirmation number. And we take that confirmation number by using the same method here, get text. After we get that whole sentence, we kind of dissect that sentence out, the confirmation from it, and then we take that confirmation ID and go into the database to check to see if that confirmation exists. And yeah, that will be one use case that you can do through this particular method. So let's put in a bit of a wait here, maybe another 3 seconds to fully understand that it is working. Take it to the right side. And rerun it. There it is. There's the pop-up. 3 seconds. It's going to click OK. It's gone. And the page is going to be gone in a few more seconds. Any questions? Now, I don't have anything else to show you for these. There might be some option here. Let me check. If so, maybe I can show you here. This one, I had to search this up. And if you put in something here and hit submit, it gives you this OK. Okay, maybe I can show you this cancel. It really doesn't do anything. It's a test website. Do you really want to delete this customer? If I say OK, customer successfully deleted, but it doesn't really delete anything. It's just a fake site. If you hit reset, nothing happens. But the submit button gives you this, so you can click on the cancel button. So how about we do another one of this real quick here. I'll go to this site and we'll do that right after this. So we'll do another driver.get. Go to that site. And really just click on this button because that's all it does. So click on the submit button. And it has a name submit. So we'll just go with the name. By locator name. And driver dot find element by.xpath. Sorry, not xpath. By.name. And we paste the name in here. And his dot click. Okay, so it went there, clicked on it. Let's go to 3 second. So we can kind of observe. That will open up the pop-up. Let's wait another 3 seconds. And in the pop-up, we're going to hit cancel. So driver dot switch to dot alert dot dismiss. One. And that will give us that. And then 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Run it. So first it's going to go into Redcliffe or Rediff, do its thing now. Click on OK. And then on the same window, it's going to go to Guru 99, click on that and hit cancel, wait 4 seconds, and then close up. Any questions? Okay, let me paste this in the box for you. Let's take 5 minutes break. We'll come back and do the next thing would be iframe, and we'll explain that to you shortly. All right, let's get started. So let's talk about iframes. And I believe I have it here. Look, I have notes for you, so I don't want to waste your time just typing this up and go slow. You create a flashcard of these notes and you study it. I will show you how to apply it and we'll go from there. So I have this website here that will give us some examples of something called iframe. It's just a fancy name for various different types of frames that um, a page can have. Nothing new to you because when you have done the HTML class in the homework, I believe there was a requirement for you to basically code an iframe and then put your uh, information there. Some of you just added your own website inside another website. So, and that worked out just fine. And the whole purpose was that to show you what that is before you get to Selenium and start using it. The problem it does is over here, who can tell me how many iframes are visibly noticeable? Any suggestions? Any guesses?
3.
Three of them, correct. There's one right here, two, and three. And in individual one of these, what you're going to notice is they have this scroll bar. They have their individual scroll bar. And then there is a scroll bar here. So that scroll bar might give you a telltale sign of how many iframes there are. And if that doesn't give away enough, then you can inspect this page. So if I right click, take this pen tool out and inspect this page. And often they don't have these frames, but they may have iframes inside a page. Therefore, visually you may not notice, but you're gonna be like, why is my code not working? I'm trying to click somewhere and it doesn't go. That might be the reason why is that those are divided into frames and you actually have to jump into those frames, tell Selenium that I want to go to that particular frame and then click on that button. And you have to tell it to come back. So they are basically going to be jumping from one HTML DOM to another, and they're separate HTML DOMs inside these frames. So if you scan the DOM, you are going to notice something called frame. And if you see that, that means anything under that and all the nodes that are under that frame pertains to one specific frame right here. Now, so far I see that and I'm like, okay, there are frames there. But how many frames are there? What if I can't visually tell that there are 3 frames? In that case, you can go into this DOM and do this. One way for you to tell, you can do a tag name search. So if you do // kind of like an XPath that you would write and write the word frame, that will tell you how many right here frames we have. We have 3 frames and this is the number 1. So number 1 becomes the index of that particular frame. And I don't know if this got highlighted. Let's see if we can get some sort of highlighting going on here. So if I click on enter, it goes to number 2. Oh yeah, notice number 2 just got this window just got highlighted. If I hit an enter, this just got highlighted. So that's number 3. Here's number 1. I believe it's that. 2, 3 again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So those are your numbering schemes. Now, chances are that when you arrive on this first page, your number 1 is going to be a default, meaning the main window. Even though that is the smallest window there, that is your main window. Then you have your number 2 and number 3. So you're going to have to jump back and forth and click on any of these buttons if you wanted to. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So let's see what I have here. We're going to create another class and I'll show you some examples of how to do this. And I will also show you a way to get this number from using Selenium to see how many frames there are if you wanted to use that. That comes in pretty handy too. So close this, save it. Go to this tests, create another one called handle iframe. Okay. And let's copy most of these. And paste it here. We're going to need the before, the startup, we're going to need the after, and we're going to redo this whole thing. And we're going to name it different. I'm going to call it how to move back and forth from iframes. I had interview questions about iframe and the training center didn't teach me. Honestly, I didn't know the answer. And I came home, I was watching some videos after the interview and then learning it so that next interview asks me this question, I'll be able to answer. I don't promise that 100% questions that they're gonna ask you that I will probably go over. There might be here and there a few technologies and few tools that just came out ever since I was in the market for interviews. So this is based on that information, but this course teaches you way more than what you will ever use. For example, I don't use any iframes right now with the website that I'm working on. It doesn't have any, so I don't even have to use this, but it covers pretty much everything that you need to if you ever encounter that situation. So first, let's get to that site and we'll do driver.get. And let's paste our website address here. And we'll come up with a test case. So suppose, let's see, we click on one of these buttons here, let's say AWT color, and then we'll click on color space. And then this shows up and we'll click on this serializable and validate interface serializable title show up. Okay, so the test case is going to be, again, clicking on AWT color. Notice that if I go into this page, initially it doesn't have that information. But these buttons all depend on one another. That means if I click on this AWT color, only then this color space button show up. And if I click on this color space button, then this main page shows up with this information. And in here, if I click on serializable, and then I would see this. So the validation is going to be that, and we'll be using iframe while doing that. So let's see. All right. So first we go to this site and click on that main page. Go into Eclipse, and we have that pasted. And we will be clicking on this button called AWT color. Who can tell me what will be the best element locator for that?
AWT color?
Mm-hmm.
By?
What will be the best element locator for that? What are some of the element locators that you have used in your career? That's a very
ID,
common.
names, class, link test.
Yes, that's a
Partial
very
link test.
very common interview question. They're trying to see your Selenium skills. So what will be the best way to get that element? Without even looking at the DOM, I can tell it's going to be linked text.
Expand.
This was a question for me from my boss of current job that I
Because
had. He did
it's
hire me.
telling about the color.
It's because of the color. Because you know that you can click on this and it's
It's going to
letters.
take another link for that color.
Correct. Isn't this a link text? Aren't this all a link text by visually looking at it? Don't you already know it? You've done the HTML page. Didn't you see how a text becomes linked with a blue color? Maybe even an underline. Not a button. Button has a square shape around it. It's not a button. But if you wanted to investigate, you can right click and inspect. Of course, I mean, you can see this A tag
Yes.
and href. It's going to be there. But really, just a quick, if they ask you, what will be the best way, and you see that it's linked text, tell them it's going to be linked text. If linked text, there's duplicates in here, then you say, okay, then I need to right click inspect the DOM, and then based on what information I find in the node, I will develop a locator. Understand?
Yes.
So you answered that question like that. And you don't know. I mean, they might just give you their laptop on a face-to-face interview. That's what my boss did. Opened up the laptop, his own laptop, and just faced it towards me, gave me a page, and then showed me one of these, and he told me how would you do this? My answer was XPath. I was like, I'm going to inspect and go into the XPath. Then he said, well, sure, that works, but you could have just done link text because it's right there. The link. I was like, yeah, that you could do that too. But I know I didn't get a point on that. If I answered that the first, I could have scored on it. So anyway, just copy that down from there. Don't go to the DOM. It takes time to generate that. Let's go into this and say, give it a thread sleep of 2 seconds. driver.get.findElement by.link text, and in here we paste the text. That's not the one. Let's go and get that again. Just copy, Control C, and paste it, and dot click. Let's see if that works. It may or may not work because we may be in a wrong place, wrong frame. So save it and run it. We know it's gonna work if we see that once we click on it, this options, this menu, new menu shows up. So we're gonna be keeping an eye on this menu, and really you won't see any kind of click action other than just this iframe changing, updating through this particular menu. Let's see if that works. Run it. There it is. 1, 2. See that? It wasn't able to click on it at all because this menu did not change. And it's waiting. How long is it gonna wait? Generally, it's going to wait for 30 seconds. 30 seconds gone because it was an implicit wait there. And JUnit failed. Let's take a look at the failure reason. In here, we have this no such element exception, no such element, unable to locate element. All right, and I'll find it. You might be tempted to think that maybe it's the element locator is bad. That's fine, we'll change it. We'll go to this this particular one. And if you also try to do an XPath, I think you're going to have a hard time doing an XPath. Can you give me an XPath, by the way, from this information? A relative XPath. How do we start an XPath?
forward slash.
Double forward slash, and you can keep yourself unmuted if you want to, if you don't have a serious.
Yeah, double forward slash.
The tag name.
Then tag name.
Which
target.
is?
Then
target.
What is the
square
tag?
bracket.
Target.
The tag name is what? You said double forward slash tag name.
A.
Okay. And then?
Then square bracket.
Square bracket.
At the rate.
At the rate.
At the rate.
Then we are looking for the text.
At text. No, attribute.
You can take this attribute, you can copy that,
Yeah.
and paste it here. You can also go by text.
Yes.
And I think I'm in the wrong one. Yeah, but look at this. If I take the target equals package frame, how many elements do we have?
So Java AW
218.
218, so that's not going to work. In that case, you might want to take this visit.
Yeah, we have to choose the text.
So how do I do that?
Link test.
The link test does not go here.
So it should be text.
Should be text. What?
Text, then.
Oh, sorry, we are using XPath.
Then what?
Text, then parenthesis.
Parenthesis, good.
Yeah, then the
equals to actual text.
Equal. and then you paste that text right there, java.awt.color. Now we got what? Still got
One of
one
three.
of three. That means there's the first one, there's the second one. Or maybe it's in that page, that's why. How about now? Still two. See, there's one here, right there, and right there. Therefore, it's still not going to work. Your only option here is your link text there, or you use an expat axis option to go from one place to the other. So like this one here, you
Parental.
use expat axis. Yeah, find a parent that only relates to this particular, but it will still be a major mess for you to figure that out. Because as you can see, if I go to this parent, it highlights both the left two column sections. So we don't really know. So honestly, that link text, that is probably the best option, but we are not in the right frame right now, not the correct frame. And that's what we need to switch to, okay? So how about this? How about we use one of our methods to see?
So can we add and?
If you want
And then H2, the package.
this one?
Oh, after selecting this, then
Okay.
and then H2 for package. You
Where
go
are
up,
you-
title, H2 title, go
This
further
one?
up. Yeah.
You cannot do
Can you do
and.
that?
You cannot do and here. That is if you want to move around, from one element to the other in the DOM, you don't use
Expat
and,
Need
but
to use the expat axis.
you use expat axis, which is what starts with the /, then you can say parent and
Ancestor.
then
double
colon and then star. It takes you to that immediate parent, which is li. Okay, and or if you wanted to go to H2, it might be not even the ancestor. The ancestor might be this UL.
That is the grandparent.
Yes. So if you say ancestor, UL, notice that lights up fine because that is the
It
ancestor.
counts one about one.
Yeah, and div would be the ancestor, but H2 not. H2 is going to be sibling of this ancestor. So see, if I type in H2, I get nothing. Because H2 is not the great-great-grandfather of this child. UL is. But if you want to go to H2 and hook it there, you would have to now say, what? Another, who can tell me? Another set of expat axis, which you have to say preceding sibling or following sibling?
That is the following sibling.
Preceding. Preceding means comes before.
Previous.
Yes, previous. So if you say preceding dash sibling and then colon star, it will go to H2. Or you can take that star off and write H2. That will also work. Okay, but again, you can use this as many times as you want to get to something, but I'm telling you, not needed. We just need to figure out the frames, okay? I did this on purpose to kind of show you the struggles of this before I show you the solution. So let's go in here and I'll show you how one way you can print out how many iframes there are. So let's say we go to that website. We know we cannot click through this. So let's just isolate this out for now. And we got a problem here. It's not working. So we're thinking if there's any iframe, what you can do is you can sys out and print out how many frames there are. So you can create a variable called int and give it a name, number of frames. And in here, you can do driver.findElement. And this time you're gonna use, you may have noticed there's another one called findElements, which we have not used so far. Find, you'll see there's two of them. So this findElements will give you multiple of them. And if you know you are going to handle multiple or you need more than one, you are not going to click on it. You're not going to send text. You can't do that on multiple. You can only do that on specific one, but you just want to know how many there are. You can use this findElements option. So dot findElements. And in here, how do we write this? Find elements, and over here you could say by dot tag name. Okay, you'll see an option called by dot tag name. This one, and you know if there's any iframe, it's gonna have the tag name called iframe. Therefore, you can just select that tag name, and in here, as a string, pass the word iframe. Now that gets how many elements there are, but it's not going to tell you exact size. So if you put a dot right here, you have an option called size. What it will do is it will check how many elements it found. It will count it and calculate the number of the size. And then that's going to get stored right here in this temporary variable, number of frames. So I'm gonna do dot size and done. And I can print this out right now. Number of frames. To see how many. Save it, run it. So first go to that page, scan through the DOM. Already got it for me, I think. I closed it. No, you're not there. This is not closing. That's a sign that this could be a problem. Yeah, maybe this method is not working. Well, it did pass it. Telling me 0. That is not correct because we inspected this and we saw iframe unless I spelled it wrong. Or they changed the website. Frame set. That's weird. Now it's not clicking into 3 different ones. Oh, it was just frame, not iframe. Yeah, the tags here were just frame. So if I change that to frame, take that I off, and now run it.
Yeah, it's 3 now.
There. So that kind of defeats the purpose because you really need to know how they have it in there, either iframe or frame. So I don't ever find it useful at all. But what I need to do is right now, I need to show you how to switch to different frames and then find out which one is the default, which one is first. Kind of hard to tell at this time because frame, the first one that we saw on the DOM, is not really the first one. I guess there's a default one. So you can do a trial and error right now. I could just go ahead and click on this button and see if that works. Selenium should be on one of these. Let's click on this abstract action button and see if we're able to click on that. So if I take this, you know, the other thing is this AWT color, we did have like 2 of them initially. So let me just do a control search of this, making sure there's no duplicate. Yeah, this could have been a problem there. There's 2 of them. How about this one? There's also 2 of them. Click on this compact. Let's click on this, I think, and see what happens, if that works. So unblock that, paste it in here, save and run.
Stein, you are muted.
Oh, thanks. So wasn't able to click on it. If it was, then it would have shut down the Chrome driver. We'll do abstract action. Run this one and see what happens. Still unable to click on that. Okay, so now we saw that we tried to click on any one of these and nothing really worked. And that's probably because there is no default page. They're all just a bunch of frames, and you're going to have to jump from one frame to the other. So in order to do that, what you would do is switch the driver to a specific frame. And the way to do that there is several ways. Number one, you can do it by index. Number two is by name or ID. And number three, by web element. Okay, let's do by index first and show you how to do that. Sometimes you may have one or the other information, other times you may not. Index is the very first one that shows up here. At least that was how it was working last time. So if it doesn't work this time, don't shoot me. Here's what you're going to do. You type in frame, /frame, and you look for number one right here. So if I get a number one here and this gets highlighted, so that is my index number one. And then if I hit another enter, this will become number two, and this got highlighted. That's my index two, and this is my index three. So I'll take index one and go click on that button that we previously planned. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say driver.switch to .frame. You will see an option here. And in here, you will see there's several. There's that index. You can put in the name or ID and put in web element, which I'll show you in a second. There's another method called parent frame. If there was a frame that you would default into, then you could say go back to the parent frame, and that's the option you would use. But in this case, I don't think we have a parent frame. It's just 3 frames that you jump back and forth. So here I'm going to go with the frame and take the index option. And we know this is an index, and that option tells you what type of data you have to put in. Notice that I have to punch in integer. It's telling me I have to put in int as a number. What's the frame number? So I don't need the double quote for this. I could just say dot frame and put in the number 1. And now the driver should be in that frame and be able to recognize anything inside that. At this point, I should be able to, so this was switch driver to frame 1. And here I can now click on awt.color and should be able to work. Driver.findElement by.link text and put in that link text, the whole thing, which is this. This is a very tough page to automate, by the way. Dot click. Okay, let's see if it works. If not, we may have to figure out another option. Run it. It's being very difficult for us. What is very likely is that instead of using frame number 1 and 2 and 3, it's using the Java notation of 0, 1, and 2. So let's change this to a 0 and then see if that works. Run it. Uh-huh. Did you see that? So in this particular case, it's not using frame 1, 2, and 3, but frame 0 worked. So I'll run it again to show you. And give it 4 more seconds, 5 seconds here. It's going to switch to frame 0 and then click on that, and then menu is going to change. There you go. It clicked on it. Notice this menu got changed, and then that worked. So what we're going to use is now 0 to be our first frame, 1 to be the second one, and then 2 to be the third one. And now this can change for your particular website situation. So you're going to have to kind of play around and figure this out for your particular website you'll be testing. So our next thing is we're going to switch the driver to frame number. If this is 0.
So frame number starts with 0 or 1.
It can start with 1. It can start with 0. I know that I work with 1, 2, and
Okay.
3 because in here there's no Java notation here. Anytime we have a frame, like take a look at this. If I say frame and then put a 0 here, it's not going to show up anything. If I put a 0, nothing. Excuse me, not like that. I frame, and if you take a bracket all over here, and increase the font a little bit more, and then put a number right here. If I do a 1, it takes me to frame 1, 2, 3. But you saw that when I used the 1 and the 2 and the 3, it wasn't working. But if I use 0, it was working. So maybe Java wants it that way from 0. Maybe this website works it that way. So just play around. You will always figure out the behavior of the website and be able to figure out something.
So
Otherwise,
there is no way to know about what should be the index number, like 1, 2, 3, or 0. So we have to do trial and error method way to find it out.
yes, correct. Let me tell you something. Every website is like, every web application is like a person, and they have their own behavior. And you have to play around with that personality to figure out what goes, what doesn't. Sometimes the application is not going to want to work with your code, and you're going to have to figure out where this application is being stubborn. And you have to put in your special weights, special way of handling things. It took me years to figure out the Masergy, the company that I'm working for, of the behavior of the website. Now, very rarely, maybe in 3 months, I might get another new challenge on a page that it just doesn't want to click. And I have created various different types of click methods that if you don't want to click this way, I'm going to click you in a different way. And I created those methods and put it in a base page, which I will explain that in next 2 weekends, I think, what a base page is and how you handle that. So my boss used to say, I used to get very frustrated. I'm like, I'm coding this, but this is not clicking. It just doesn't want to work. And my boss used to say, just keep massaging, just massage it. In his way of saying that try something else and maybe put a little bit of weight. Just be a little more patient in your code and just massage your code and it's gonna work. And sure enough, I mean, I would go back into my cubicle and play around with it maybe hour, 2 hours, and then find a way. I'm like, oh, this is what you wanted. Okay. And do that. So be ready for that. You as an engineer, you need to have your mind open that sometimes things are not going to work. These are free tools. And whoever designed it didn't design it perfectly. And if it doesn't work for you, you can't pick up the phone and say, hey, Selenium guys, can you help me out? No, there's nobody there. There is no phone number. You're going to have to Google search and find people that had similar problems and then read their blog and then take their suggestions and apply that. Okay? I do that every now and then. And all these things that I'm teaching you, not maybe 70, 60% I learned from the training center. 60%, yeah. And the 40% I had to, it's my own experience of last 4 years and researching the web, asking my boss, because he's like a big Selenium guru, so to speak, and a framework designer. So anyway, you saw that 1, 2, 3 is not working. 1, 2, 3 works here. You can get to the third one. But on your code, it's starting with 0. We'll just use 0. Now we went to 0, and this is going to be then, if this is 0, then this would become a 1, and this would become a 2. There is no 3. So we would need to switch the driver to a 1 and click on this abstract action button, and then switch the driver to a 2 and then click on whatever comes up here, and then we'll do a validation there real quickly. So let's not waste any time and get to working on that. So go in here, we clicked on that element. We're going to take the same code, or just say now switch driver to frame 2, driver.switch dot frame. This time, instead of 2, we're going to put in a 1. Now we switch the driver, and then we will be clicking on this element, abstract action. So I take that, it's a link text. So driver dot find element by dot link text, paste that, and dot click. All right, run it. Let's see if it works. There, it clicked on the color. Oh, I forgot. It's the color space after clicking on the color. So after clicking on AWT color, this is what it needs to click on. So let me change that. And it's too quick for you to see, so let's put a little bit of a wait. Two seconds. There's that, clicked on color space, 2 seconds. Now click on color space, and that's window 2, which it didn't. No such frame exception. No such frame exception. And it's taking me to this line. Where is this? Line number 44. Line number 44. So switch to frame 1. It's not liking it. No such frame. That is That's gonna be a little trial and error now. How about a frame number 2? I don't know.
Yeah, could be.
Let's try. So there's that click in frame 2. No such frame. Come on. 3?
No.
And you know what I might do is, how about put a little bit of a weight? So this is like the behavior. So I'm really trying to figure out his behavior. What if I needed a little bit of weight before it changed? Maybe it was trying to switch to really quickly and it didn't. It went to the frame, but that was a previous page frame like this one. So what if Selenium wants this to change and then call that a different frame? Maybe he went in, but he switched, but at that moment when he captured all the DOM elements, it didn't find that other button we were looking for. It found something else. So always gonna work with it. Let's put in a 2-second sleep, and then you go switch, and then maybe you don't need this, maybe 1 second, and then look for this color space button and then click on it. Huh? And still make that a 1, because we know this was a 0, then this is a 1, hopefully. If not, we'll have to play around with it. Run it. There's that colors. You found that. Wait 2 seconds. Switch to. Now click on color space. Still can't find it. Okay. Let's try 2. No such frame. How about a 3? Still no such frame. So this is not going to work.
It should be 2 and give some time.
What do you mean? I did put in 1 second. Do you want me to up that to 2 seconds?
Yes. And the frame number should be 2.
Or can we allocate the time dynamically?
Well, we found 1 works. It went in there. Okay. So maybe here's another option. Maybe it cannot go from one frame to the other. It has to come back home. It's kind of like a child. If you tell him to go, it's like a 8-year-old go from your uncle's house, neighbor's house to another neighbor's house. That's going to be very risky. But they can come back home and ask, Mommy, can I go to Johnny's house next? And Mommy says, yeah. So, and then the kid that goes to that, let's try that. How about we switched the driver to frame 0? We clicked on that button. Let's bring the driver back home. And to do that, switch the driver back home. You say driver dot switch to dot parent
Frame 0.
frame. That one. Okay, we'll bring him back. And that might actually do the trick. So parent frame, and he's back. And now we're still, first thing we're going to do is experiment with, if this 0 worked, then this should work with 1, is my understanding. We brought him back to parent frame, and then we're going to send him back again to another neighbor's house, which is frame 1. If this doesn't work, well, I don't know. We'll think of something else. Let's see. Here you go. Frame 1. Clicked on that. Color space. It worked. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
So you have to use this color space, this parent option to keep bringing it back to the parent. Whichever the parent is, I really don't know where the driver was, because this page is very, very complicated in the DOM and very hard to click on any elements. It's like you got to keep on switching. The other way you could switch is called switch to default content dot switch to dot default content. So if you wanted to use that, sometimes if this doesn't work, parent frame, use the one default content. I'm not sure if that's going to work, but let's see. All right. Default means wherever you were before. It works. See that? It works. So now that we've found out the behavior of this website, let's go finish it up. We are going to switch it back to default content. He went to this color space and he's going to click on this serializable button. So we're going to take this link text. This could be a problem because there's like a whole bunch of these. So how about right here? If you want to isolate, notice there's 2 serializable button here. The word serializable as a link text, there's 2 of them, and I could say text. And copy that and paste it here. Look at this, there's 2 of them. So if I use the link text option, it's going to probably fail. Maybe not, maybe it will click the first one, but what if you wanted to click the second one? Therefore, this is not a good option. What you can do in this case, you know that you want to click on the first one. Even though this is not the best way to do it, but you could actually say, I want the first one. How? First, you encapsulate this inside parentheses, the whole thing, from back here to here. And after that, you put a square bracket and put in number 1. And that will highlight your first one. And if you wanted tomorrow the second one to click on, you click on the 2. You want to do this when you're desperate. Why? Because tomorrow there could be another one of these, and then that will mess up your test case. But hopefully it won't. Because hopefully you will write up your test cases when this page is already done. But there's no guarantee. But if you were to go in and change that XPath, that's why you would have the job. So don't worry about it. If you have some maintenance work, that means they need you. This time, switch the driver back. Again, switch driver back to parent. Driver dot switch to dot parent frame. And then move driver to frame 3.
3.
But we know we got to do the number of
Two.
switch to 2, frame index 2. Okay. What if I wanted to not use this frame numbering? Because we talked about that we could actually get a name and ID or the web element. So let me just quickly cover that with you. Here, if I go to frame, and that's the frame I want to go to, is there anything that I can use as name and ID if it has it? Well, this one has it, called class frame, but you got to make sure that that is unique, because here's my first one. This one says package list frame. So far, so good. The second one also says package frame. The third one is a class frame. So this is unique. I should be able to use just that. So take that. And instead of saying switch to frame, I could pass the name of the frame or the ID. ID wasn't there. So we just use that. At this time, I should be able to click on, maybe wait a few seconds. Okay, great sleep. That's fine. Click on serializable link. So driver dot switch to dot, sorry, find element by dot link text, not link text, we did XPath, dot XPath. And we said that we needed that XPath that would give us the first one. So, which was a tag text and this word. And with the bracket open close, over here with the square bracket, we specified the number 1 and gave us the first one. So we want to take that one because we're desperate right now. There's no locators, good locators there. So we put that XPath. That XPath tells the Selenium, go to the first one and then click on it. Okay. Let's see if it works so far. So this time, the only change we did is we used this class name instead. Save, sorry, the name of the element, color space, click on that, and it worked. It took us to that page that we wanted to go to validate interface something in there. So far so good. What if I wanted, the third way to do that is web element. Meaning you are actually passing this, you're finding the web element and then passing that web element into this frame. And let's try that for this switch to driver number 2 for this frame part. If I go to look at that frame number 2, here's a number 2. I have to figure out the web element of this. But for you to do that, there is no unique, you have to come up with an XPath. If we do an XPath, any ideas how we might do an XPath for that? Notice there is a difference in this title. All packages, all classes and interfaces, and package, comma, class, and interface description. We may be able to come up with a unique pattern on this. So if I needed the second one here, which says all classes and interfaces, I may be able to just take that, but not the whole thing, because it's too much to write. What if I just wanted to get this much, all classes and interfaces? How would I write this XPath? First thing I'll give you, frame equals, frame, // frame, and then what do I do here?
//
I already did, and I got the frame. What do I write inside this?
inside that's at the rate.
No. At the rate is not going to work here.
Contains,
Contains, yes. Why contains?
because their texts are different.
Because I'm not using the entire text here. I'm only taking piece of it.
Part of
it. Correct. Therefore, anytime you're only using part of it, you want to start with contains, then think of what else. So there's that contains, and inside contains is now where you have to do all your other stuff. Now what? If I wanted to use title and only use this much value, all classes and interfaces, only part of the value, how would I write this here?
Open close parenthesis.
Okay, I already have it.
Text.
Text, is that it really text?
The actual text.
But there is no actual text, Raju. This is not text. This is attribute.
So content title.
How do I know this is attribute and not text? You should know this answer. How do I know that this is not text?
Text will be in black color. And
Right.
this is not.
Oh, that is not inside that sandwich.
That is not inside the sandwich. That's right. This is still your first slice of the bread. Look at this.
Right.
This is your first slice of the bread. And then your text starts, if any. They don't have any. And then if you follow along way down here, if I collapse this, you will see the other end of the sandwich is right here. There's the other slice. And there's zero text inside. Or right here. There's no text. Yeah, this is not the one, sorry. There's that frame open. First tag here, no text, and then closing tag. Yeah. But this is an attribute inside that first slice. Therefore, what do I do? How do we do attributes? At the rate.
At the rate. Attribute equals to value.
Title. But am I going to
Yes.
use equal sign or comma here?
Comma contains.
Because it has contains, you use comma and pass in two different stuff. One is the at the rate name of the tag, name of the attribute, and then the second, you pass in the value inside single quote, part of it. So we were gonna say, where was this other one? All classes and interfaces. So I'm just gonna double click and only copy this much. And paste it here. Hoping for only one of one. And we have it. Okay. Any question?
So can we use two lowercase and make all the things lower?
No, it doesn't go here. No, it does not work for XPath.
So we can use multiple choices under contains
Can
using
we
commas.
can you use multiple? No. What you can do is you can put an and have another contains like this. It'll work. Contains
But,
is a single
we-
method that only
Mhm.
takes 2 parameters. If you try to put one more parameter, it will
Okay,
fail.
if we used equal after title, that means the whole text should be text should be here.
Correct.
And as because we are taking part of it, that is why we are using comma.
That is why we're using contains method, which requires 2 parameters. One is the attribute
Title.
and the other is value separated by a comma. This is like a Java method. A method takes parameters. It doesn't take equals. Okay? Whenever you use a method, you're going to be using comma to separate 2 different variables. But if you just use text, then you would have equal sign saying this is exact text I want. In practice, it's going to clear up for you. So I'm going to take this, and this is our element locator. Go in here. You have to create a web element. Here's how web element is done. Create and store web element of frame 2. First, you need a storage to store it. You store it in a container called web element. Spelled exactly same has to be. You give it a general name. If you want to say frame 2, that's fine. Put an equal sign. Hover over and import web element from Selenium. Now it will let you store it in here. And for you to write the web element, you start from all the way from driver, then find element, then by, and stop right here. Okay. Understand the difference is this from here to here is just a by locator. The type of data is called by. But from here to all the way in here, including this by, it's that whole piece of data, which also calls the driver, is called web element. With me so far?
Can I please repeat this?
So this much information, starting from the by link text color, anytime you say by and then you finish up to here,
That is by locator.
that is a by locator. That's the data type of that is by, called B, capital B-Y. And the data from driver all the way, including this by, this whole piece, the data type for that is web element. So if you want to ever store this part of data, you can store it in a class called by. Let me just show you. I could actually have a class called by like this and then give it a name. kind of like you always do. You declare a variable declaration like string name, and then you put something in it. Stein. Remember that?
Mhm.
This is no different. This is no different. You could actually say by and give it a name. We'll say this color space locator. Color space locator. Your choice. I mean, if you want to keep on using it over and over and you don't want to write up this junk, you put all this junk in a beautiful little closet and you only use the name of that closet, sure, it allows you to do that. You can copy that and put a colon. Next time you just use that word instead of all this junk and you can replace that. So what if I do that? I take that and replace this. No problem whatsoever. Much cleaner code. What about the web element? Well, the web element is actually this whole thing, except this action. So if I wanted to take this whole thing, okay, and put it and copy it and put it in here, like I could say web element. This time I'm going to name it called color space element. If you want to finish it with element word, so you know, hey, this is the type of that is element. And then you take this whole thing and paste it here. No problem. And you can keep using that. So you don't have to repeat the driver or even find element stuff either. You can just take that. Guess what? I can just use this word and say, just like I could have done this, watch this. I could have taken this name and say to lowercase. It's complaining because it's saying you just did that, but you're not storing it anywhere. So I could just put it in another storage string s equals, and then no, it's not complaining because of that. It's complaining because of this part of the code. That I don't really have to store it. I could have just said name dot to lowercase. It gives me that capability of taking this Stein, lowering it down to all lowercase. Well, this web element gives me some capabilities as well. If I store this web element inside a cabinet called web element, I can take this color space element and just like I could have done this driver.findElement.click, it will give me this dot click option right on that name. Look at this. It shows up. I get all the Selenium options in here. I can choose that dot click and it will click on it. With me so far? It's a lot to take in for you, I understand. But I hope you understood the little gist of this because we're going to deep dive in this format in about 2 weekends. Right now, I just want to show you that I'm going to leave everything the same. I'm going to leave this the same. For some reason, you still like the junk because it's easy. Because learning new things is like difficult. So um, I'm going to clean all this up. We don't need all that. What we need is we need a web element. We need to design a web element for that frame. So what I would do is write a web element, declare a web element called frame2, and initialize it with the web element for that. So driver dot find element by dot, what did we say? XPath? Yeah, this is the XPath of that frame2. So I take this XPath and go in here and say dot XPath and put in, paste it right here, finish it with a semicolon. Done. What I did is I took this whole element for that frame number 2, put it into something called frame2, and I can just take this frame2 web element, and instead of passing this number 1, which is the index, of that frame, if tomorrow index doesn't work, I can delete that and just take that web element and pass it right there. And this method will still allow me to do that. Do you understand?
Yeah, that becomes dynamic.
Yeah. So now you hooked on to that, and index may not work someday. You could actually use web element for those frames. You can actually have 3 of these. See what I mean? You could have one call index 0, you could have index 1, create that first early on with their unique stuff, because you saw index number, it didn't start with 1, it started with 0. And what if your website plays finicky with you? Well, then you got it through their web element, and that will never mess around with you. Anyway, I'm not going to do all of that, just to
Okay,
show you
Stan.
that. Yeah.
So instead of 0, 1, 2, there might be some frame also. So can we use like n, and we define n equals 0 dot 1, 0 comma 1 dot comma 2. So if we specify, and then can it go automatically as per the requirement one after another?
It's possible, but I will have to look at the design. You're welcome to experiment with that. Right now, I cannot say yes or no until I really see it, but I haven't seen anything like that.
Okay.
In my company, I have seen some frames in other applications. I never used this web element. It was easy. Just number 1, 2, and 3 worked. So I'm not gonna waste my time. I got a lot of work that company assigns me. Yeah, I can go deep dive and only do 1 ticket in 2 days, but I may need to take 1 ticket in 1 day. So what will be my fastest way to get my test case done? I would have to do that. Okay. You be the judge of this, but I just wanted to show you as a teacher that this is a way to do that. Let's save it and run it and see if it works. It works. I'm not going to do the validation part. You could if you wanted to. You saw how assertion we could do. Do you want me to, or do you want to go for a break and move on to the next one called mouse over?
Mouse over.
Okay. Let's take a break, 5 minutes. Any questions on this? I'll paste this for you. I will just be pasting this part right here. I'll give you the name part here. That's the method name. You create the classes. Copy, and here's the code below that. See you in 5 minutes.
And you are muted.
Are you talking? We cannot hear you.
Stein, you are muted.
Oh, I'm
Right now
so
you are
sorry.
muted.
I'm so sorry. Yes, I muted myself. Thanks for letting me know. So there are situations sometimes when we're gonna need to use this mouse hover over feature and then navigate to certain places, right? If you were the test automation engineer for this particular Dell website, you would have to be able to devise your test cases or even methods to navigate to various places. Okay. One of my favorite things is laptops for Dells and XPS laptops are like their top of the line. So suppose I want to hover over products, laptops, and XPS laptops and click on that. That's clickable. And then look at their latest. And suppose I need to validate here. Again, this class is not teaching you how to validate it. My purpose is to show you how to get to that through these special elements that you need to hover over. And Selenium by itself doesn't have the option. You're going to have to use a class called actions. And this is how you would write it. You would instantiate that class or create an object of that class. And the class is called actions. So we write actions, action equal new actions, and you pass the driver to it. What happens is this actions class takes that driver and gives him an extra boost of power and stores that power into this guy called action. You can name this the way you want to, but in the industry, they always name it lowercase that because it's easy. And we don't really care. Too many names gets too many different ways. So standard name is nice. Once you got that, then you have a bunch of things you can do. You can do actions move to element. There is a hover over. So let me scroll down here. Or move to element. Yeah, that is basically hover over. So that move to element, did I write it here? Correct. Move the mouse to the middle of that element. And that will do a movement. But then you have to have a couple of things. One, you have to specify which elements or which element you want that mouse to move over. And the element, remember we told you web element. This whole thing goes here, driver.find element by dot whatever the method you want to use. And you want to finish it off with something called build and perform. And that will do the trick for you. You have to finish it with the build and perform, otherwise it doesn't work. So these are some additional things that you're gonna have to do. Now, often this can be encapsulated inside a method. So you can say public void, and give it a method name, open close parenthesis, here's your curly brace, and you finish that up with curly brace, and you maybe take this driver as your parameter, and you take a web element as your parameter, and you can do it that way, which I'll probably start using it in a couple of weekends. Right now, we're just going to write this raw code inside this one-page class and then show you how to do that. So our goal for this is to go into this website and hover over products, hover over laptops, and click on XPS laptops. That's it. So let's see how we're going to do it. Go in and create a new class. I'm going to call it hover over handle hover over. Finish. And bring in the basics. And our after method. I'll just leave it right next to it. And in here, we're going to have our test class. Public void how to hover over element. Go in here. Once you have it in your build path, next time you can just hover over and click on import the test-ng, and that should be just fine. First time you want to bring it to the build path. At this point, we can just say driver.get and go to that site. So I copy this website and paste it in here. It will take me there, but I won't be able to click on this element. Nothing will happen. I need to hover over this particular element, but I do need to find the element. So right click, inspect, and it is a button, by the way. I mean, you could probably click on that and be able to see the menu. I wouldn't risk it or waste your time right now. You already know how to do that, so I'll show you hover over option. Let me get this element. I see role, I don't see ID. What would be the best way to do this? What would be one way to do this, guys? What would be one way to find the locator for this element? Interviewer is now going to ask you 3 times like I did. And your silence is going to be a failure. You are
So
not going to get that
by-
job.
By
So
How do
find
I hook
element.
to this element? How do I, what locator? Not by locator. By locator is just a, you need to be more specific. There's 7
more
different
specific
ways of
and
locating the
sorry.
element.
Expect locator.
7 different ways. How would you locate this element? One of those 7 ways that I taught you.
Expect.
This is expect
yeah.
locator
Yeah,
to
expect.
find the text.
You could even, think it out loud with me and think it out loud with the recruiter. that, oh, this is not a linked text. It doesn't have a name and an ID or even a class that is unique probably. So I would probably do expat. You know what I mean? Talk like that.
Yeah.
Think like that. Let him know that your brain is processing this information, and recruiter is gonna hear you say those things and see how you think. He's gonna want you for that job. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So it is okay for you to think this through in your head and even spit it out in front of the recruiter, because you are just showing how thoughtful, what an engineer you are. So don't miss out on that opportunity. Don't put a whole lot of blank and silence while you're thinking about that and it takes you 30 seconds. That's a long pause. It could be a deal breaker for you in the interview. Don't do that. Start thinking, talking. Keep the interviewer busy, listening to that. So your thought process, you do that here. I mean, yeah. Let's do expat then. How do I do the expat?
So //
Uh-huh.
// and
First,
then
first say this.
Span.
span.
Let's get a verbal strategy. What is our strategy? Your answer should be, I would do an
That
expat
is
with the attribute what? I would do an expat with an attribute blank. What is that blank?
so expat tag.
What
I mean,
attribute? Which attribute in this?
Span.
That is the tag name, span.
This is the tag. Yeah, let me write it. Right when I want to do this, it's having an issue. This is the element. On which attribute? Guys, this is an attribute here. This is an attribute here. This is an attribute. And this is an attribute. On which attribute would you like to create your expat on? Or
Class.
or even the text, you could. I mean, you could use the text as well. Do you want to use the text?
We use the text. That is
I think I should use the text. I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, we can use the text. We can even use this called role equals menu item, but there could be duplicates there because what if all of these are menu item? Let's see both of
yes.
them. Let's check both. First, use this role item attribute. And if I do // button, you can just straight double click, Control A, Control C, Control A to highlight whole thing, Control C to copy the whole thing, and put an @ symbol and paste it here to see what shows up. I think I'm in a wrong box. Control F, there. I was in a wrong box. / button, @ paste. There's that menu item. Look at how many.
35.
35. So that's not going to work. We're going to have to come up with a different option. And that was go back in there. Here's that button that we wanted, but it has this unique name called product. So let's hook to this product with this expat. How are we going to do that?
So we can choose
Tag
the
name
text.
span. Tag name span.
//
Yeah, then
You need to
tag
tell me
name is back.
verbally what to write, because in the over the phone interview, they might actually ask you, and you're gonna have to tell them over the phone, and they're gonna write it down.
Okay, so double slash,
Other-
double forward slash,
Okay.
then tag name as span,
So double / span.
then square bracket,
Square
Good.
bracket.
then inside the square bracket,
Mhm.
Text
Mhm.
then
equals to
the parenthesis,
Open close parentheses.
the parenthesis,
equals to the actual text. That is, what is there?
can you go to that one?
Products.
Products.
The products,
products.
yes, capital P.
Why is it not highlighting?
Yeah,
Because it should be within quotation, single quotation.
Correct. Okay, we got
so
that.
it comes 1 to 1, 1 of 1.
Yes, but you can hover over. What if it doesn't work hovering over this? It only works on hovering over this button element. How would I go there?
So
We have to create a class action first.
No, what if I try this hovering over this element, it doesn't work, and I need to go to this button element, and hovering over button element works.
we have to go to the
The answer is I would use expect axis to connect
Parent?
to the button element.
that is
See what I mean?
sibling.
When you get a question like that on an interview, it would be I would use expect axis. And then if it says, can you tell me more about the expect axis? Then you tell them, yeah, I would use the parent function of the expect axis. So how do I do that, Raju?
Double forward slash.
Single /.
Oh, after that, sorry. So after that, after this single process, parent, double colon, and the parent tag name, that is button.
Correct. That's correct. This is better, but there's a shortcut to doing this as well, which I didn't show you yet, which is not so good, which is you can delete this with a single / if you put 2 double dots, it will take you there as well. Only use this if you're running out of time and you are rushing to get this done, because if they change a different parent and not a button, then your test case might fail. Being a parent with a button tag name is more specific to that element, and it will be more solid. As a matter of fact, you can use the same strategy to creep up all the parents, meaning you can go even do the same thing, / it's going to take you to the parent of the button.
It's like when we use double dot in CMD to go back to the previous directory.
That's right. I'm glad you noticed that. The whole point was that to kind of get your feet wet before we get to these kinds of things, and there's all connections there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you can keep on going higher and higher if you need to, but only if you're desperate to do that. But this is not always very good. Expect axis is more solid. Okay, we are going to first try with this, just the products to hover over that word. And we found 1 of 1, so we should be good. If not, we're going to have to use this button element instead. if it doesn't work. So I copy that XPath. I go in here and hey, could I do this? Could I say string XPath product XPath and put that XPath in here? Any problem with that?
No.
Right? It's a string. XPath is a string. We put it in a string container called product XPath. And then we could say by, no, and product XPath locator and store this by.xpath, and then we take this product XPath. Is that okay? Just a location. And if we wanted web element, we could say product element, product menu element. We could say driver dot find element. And I already have by.xpath. This piece is the same thing as this piece. Then I could just take that and paste it here. It should work. And just hover over import that. Any problem here?
So why to create that string? We could store it directly in the web element.
Correct. Correct. I wouldn't do this. But if I wanted to, I could do that, right?
Yes.
Not the most efficient way to do it, is it? It's not.
No.
But I could just take this. I could just do it straight in here. I could just say web element, product menu element, driver.find element, and put all that junk right here. Let me just hit an enter, bring it down here to show you. By.xpath, and then put the XPath junk in here.
Yes.
Correct.
Exactly.
And then not need these extra lines.
Right.
Yes. This would be how you would want to do this. Instead of those, but if you ever needed to do that, you could.
Web elements we will store in a web element under this product menu element.
Correct. Any questions on this? Are we comfortable with this now?
Yes.
Okay. Then we can just work with this element instead of all of these writings all over and over. So how do we hover over it? You start up an actions class. You create an object of actions class. Give it a variable name called action equals new, and then actions again, open close parentheses, semicolon
Right.
close, and you pass the driver in here. You feed him the driver like that. And hover over, import actions, Selenium interactions actions class. This driver gets fed into this actions class. All of that becomes a new power given vested into this guy called actions, who can do all that stuff for you now. You only have to do this once. In fact, you could have done this way up there and leave it there, and then keep using this word called actions over and over. That's how it's typically done. But I did it in this method to make it very local. in a big framework for a company, this won't be inside a method. This will already be given to you. Already this line coded for you. You just use this word called actions. Action. So I can do action dot. Now it gives me option to say move to element. I do that. Here's this move to element. Notice web element. That's what they want. The target web element where you want it to move it to. So I choose that. And
We can
I
choose
need,
the product menu element as because we have already found that from driver.find element.
absolutely. And notice that I didn't even type this, by the way. Your Eclipse IDE was smart enough to see this method, look through your code. He knows it's going to take web element. He found a web element you stored called this and automatically pulled it out for you. If you had more of these, it would have displayed more of these in here and say, what do you want? Choose one of these. Since I already had one, it automatically filled in the blanks for me. That's the beauty of writing this, is because it makes it so easy. And then next is your build, this dot build dot perform. Right? If we do this correctly, if this works, it's going to hover over and we will be able to see the menu. Let's save it and run it. There's that site. We may need to maximize move target out of bounds. So that small window, the product menu did not show up. So we're going to open this up now, maximize. And let's see if we're able to see that. Run it. There, maximize, there's that product window. And now it menu opened up. You see that?
Yes.
I see it again. Here we go. Maximized. I see the product and it hovered over. You're not going to see the mouse though, but it will actually hover over and open up the menu for you. Okay? Any question?
No, not so
All right.
far.
So this was your hovering over the product menu.
The next
Now,
one,
next
again,
one, we're gonna hovering over laptops.
yes, actions.move to element.
Yes. So for me to hover over actions, I am also going to need the actions element, wouldn't I?
Yes.
Therefore,
We have to store it in the web element first.
correct. Why don't we just do all our elements in one place?
Yes.
Makes it more organized, nice and clean, right? And we do it in one line. Control Shift F. I may need to zoom out a little bit, might look a little bit tiny on your end. I can get rid of that. So what I can do is press Control Alt down arrow. This will copy the entire line for me as long as my cursor is on that line. So I click on that line, press Control Alt down. It copies the whole thing for me. Easy way to do this. Instead of saying product menu item, I could say laptops. Menu element. Your choice, what do you want to name it? All you need to do is change this XPath. So if we go to that site. Hover over, here's laptops, click on it, inspect, and that's a button. And we know we can't take role menu item as it's not unique. But if I open this button, there's that laptops. So,
Contains expat.
so how do I modify this? Well, how do I write an expat for this?
//
Keep going.
What is the path? The tag
I think
name?
it's
Span? No.
button.
No,
Button.
it's button.
Notice it's very hard. It keeps on moving as you write it. I'm sorry, there's nothing else I can do on that. You just gotta keep on massaging
Angle
it.
bracket contains
Mhm.
open close parenthesis
Mhm.
text.
In
Comma.
open close
Open close parenthesis,
yeah,
comma,
and then single quote.
single quote, and
And
laptop.
text. What is that? Laptop.
laptop.
Got it?
Yeah, so,
And
yeah,
the
got it.
parent and the parent name is the
Not
axis
needed.
expert. Also, we don't need to use the expert axis.
Yeah, not needed for this one. Looks like we
We got only one of one.
yeah, we
Okay.
found 101. All right, so take that, go to our code. Here we change this to that element. Voila. And now hovering over, go ahead.
Action dot move to element.
Mhm.
Laptop menu as a open close parenthesis inside that laptop menu element.
Yeah, you see this? As soon as I went there, now it gave me two things that I created way up there.
Yes.
So the
dot
more
build.
element you store, IDE will give you more of those down here
Mhm.
as an option so that you don't make a mistake. Already tells you, don't give me other stuff. I only eat apples. Give me apples. It will list all those apples for you here. So use that as a hint. And then dot build dot perform.
Perform.
And if all goes well, we'll be able to see that menu option open up as well. Just to be on the safe side right now, might want to give it a little bit of a wait time, otherwise it could fail. Thread.sleep. Later you would put dynamic wait. So 2 seconds. Let's run it. We done?
Yes, it worked.
Okay. The last thing, we're going to click on the XPS category of laptops. So hover over that and there's the XPad, right click, inspect. Here's the element. What kind of element is this?
This is link.
Link. Very good. Very good. So I don't need to mess around here. I could just go in and close this baby. Just zoom in here and use the exact wording.
Link text by link text.
By link text, yeah. So I'll take this exact wording. Link text is easier, by the way, remember that. So this time we're going to click on XPS. And I don't need actions, do I, anymore? I don't need to hover over anymore, so I don't need actions.
No, I
But
need
if you
click.
wanted to create a web element, hey, you could create a web element right here.
Yes.
Control Alt down arrow brings it down. change the name. Now it's not a menu, it's a page. XPS page element. Because if you click on it, it will take you to XPS page. And don't do that anymore. We don't need XPath. This time we'll get there by the bus.
By
We'll say by dot
link,
link
link text.
and in here you paste, oopsie, the link text, which we saw was XPS, is case sensitive laptops.
So we can copy and paste it.
We can copy and paste it as well. Best way to copy paste would be to go in here, go there, right click, inspect, and double click on this text. Control A for select all, Control C for copy, and then go in here and delete that, and Control V to paste. That way, if there's any space in there that could mess you up, you captured that as well. Don't pull your hair out. I did to figure these things out. Learn from my mistakes. Don't expect to be taught this in your workplace. People are very competitive. They think these are skills they don't want to teach you because you'll go get ahead in the company. So always think of love them like your friends, but in your mind, always keep that in mind that they're all your enemies. They're all about their own job security, and people are innately selfish. If you're not going to be one, you're not going to survive. So if you need any help, just knock on my door after you get the job if you get stuck. That's what I'm here for. I'll help you out. All right. So beauty of this is if I want to click on that, I don't have to write up this junk anymore. I can just take this guy and say dot click. It's good enough. Any questions on that?
No.
You can only do it with WebElement.
I have one question. Like,
Mhm.
say, either way, we are writing those driver to find element. And so why we need to create the web element? Like, what's the purpose? Like, I can easily write the driver to find element and then click.
Yeah. Good question. How many? Take a look at this. This page right here. If I go to XPS laptops, do an exploratory testing through your eyes right now. Can you tell me approximately? Give me a wild guess number. How many test cases could there be on this page?
Maybe 200.
Oh, that's too much.
Is it 23?
How did you get that number, 23? Not a 20.
Yeah.
As much laptops are over there to show. That is 23 results in that 1 to 12 of 23.
So
Well,
1 to 12 is the first page. So total is 23.
no, just for this page right here.
12.
23? No,
12.
This has nothing to do. If you're taking that number as your test case number, that's not. Your test case
So
is based
first page,
on
it contains 12.
why 12?
So it says from the result that 1 to 12 of 23 means 23 laptops are there. So in the first page, there are 12.
No, you did not understand my question then.
Okay.
How
I
many
think we can.
testable scenarios, how many given when then can you write here? How many testable features could there be on this page?
I mean, all the blue colors, those are links, so we can check all the links, and also the price is showing correctly or not. I think maybe like 50 something.
One of the biggest feature on this is this sort. Because when you click on price lower, you want to validate that low price shows up first, and then they have that sequence that they follow. This would be a high priority test case for you. So that's your test case number 1. Your second would be these filtering options. So there's, for every single one of these, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You would have 5 test cases to validate these, to make sure that they sort that way. You also want to validate each of these filters. You want to click on the 17-inch and make sure that only 17 inches show up, that not a single 12-inch show up. So all of these checkboxes of filterization is a test case by itself. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
If you see anything else, like this contact us button, you want to click on that to have a test case for that. If you do want to, if you see a link like Stanley says, these links take you somewhere, you want to have a test case for that. You also want to have a test case for just validating these links, not all of them. I mean, come on. If you wanted to validate all these links, that's going to be a 1,000 test case. That's impossible. It's too much. You can't test everything. So what you do is you like randomly click on 1 or 2 of these and make sure it takes you to that XPS page where it gives you the details of specs. Okay. But not all of them. It's too much coding for you. That's unnecessary. It won't be worth your time the company pays you to do that. You have to prioritize what is most important and then look at your time and then say, I should automate these things and randomly do 1 or 2 of these and then be done with it, move on to a next page. Now, Stanley, every time you have these test cases, every time, let's say you go to validate this test case here, don't you have to go through this? And then go here? There's your test case 1.
Yes.
Your second test case, don't you have to do this again? Because you're going to start new. You're going to have to come back to this page again and then go to the highest price and then do this test case. Do you want to write that driver.findElement over and over and over again for your every single test case? Or would you rather write it once like that and you have another test case, you just use this word? What would you prefer?
The second one.
Yeah.
That is the reason why this whole thing is actually taken out of here, because this is your one test case. You're going to have another test case, so they take it way up there and make it global. And you come back up here and you copy, and let's say you have another test case. Look at this. This element, you don't have to write driver.findElement anymore. Same here. Both of these are recognized through this. Here's another reason why. What if you did not have it like this, and you had driver.findElement link text like that in line number 50, line number 64, and I kid you not, you're the one who said there could be 100 test cases. Well, then imagine there's 100 of these. What if one day that element fails? Do you want to go through every single line, like 64, 50, and 100 times down here to fix this element? It's no longer link text, it's XPath. Do you want to do that? Or do you just want to come here and change it once, and all your test cases down here automatically just use that change that you just made?
Yes, understood.
Good. So next weekend, I'm going to show you how to better design these test cases so that you only have these elements in certain places and you write it once and you be done, and you keep using it over and over, and you change and update only one place, and everybody else gets that update to make your life much easier. Your maintenance is going to be much easier. Okay. Let me delete this and run and be done here. Oops. Oops. Let me just take that out of here. X. Put it back in here how it was. And save, run. There's that page. Come on. Oh, I need to go to that page first before I get the elements. So driver wasn't recognizing this. I need to cut it, put it right here for now. There. Goes there, hovers over the product. Come on. Something wrong with timing. So I may need to put some more weight here. After go there, there's an implicit weight, which, so let's add a thread sleep. Three seconds for now. Save it, run. What is going on now? Just wondering if I copy pasted something wrong. there. Okay. Release this code. Run. Take that one from there. Goes to the page. Wait a couple of seconds. Hover over product. Hover over laptops. Working as expected. Release this code. And we're going to click on XPS. Save it, run. Goes to Dell. Click on products or hover over products. Come on. The only other thing I can think of is failing right now is because the only way it can capture this XPS element is only after it opens up this menu item. That means if I inspect this, the element does not show up until this gets hovered over. What do I mean? The DOM.
Wait time.
Notice that we selected this as a link text, XPS desktop. This link text is not visible until this whole thing is actually opened up. So that's where it's failing, is my understanding. What we're doing in our code is we're trying to identify this code even before we hovered over any of those elements. Therefore, this is complaining is because that, hey, I don't understand what link text are you asking for. I don't even find it. It will work if I take this code from here, cut it out, and paste it right here, right before it. Is that the best way to do it? No. But I think that would be a solution. I'll show you a better way to do that is don't take link text, take something else maybe. So here's run, maximize. No problem, got the two elements with the XPath and then it clicked on XPS and it got it there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, if you didn't use link text and you wanted to just use XPath, then you may be able to just put it right up here. So link text doesn't always work if it's not visible in that particular situation. So let's say if I wanted XPath instead, then I could put that code in there with this. Same as link text, all I have to do is just take this and do /A.
Contains.
Correct. Or don't do contains, do text directly
Okay.
and paste it there. Even when you cannot see that link, XPath is able to see it in the DOM. That means this won't fail. So you could go here and change the by link text instead of that. By.xpath, paste it, and now look at this, I'll run it. Products, laptops, it's PS, and we are there. Any question about how to hover over?
Hmm.
Within your hover over, you have a few things. You can, if you ever need to click and hold on something, you can use this and then finish it off with build and perform. And you pass the element just like that in here. All of them go the same way. Double click on something, you can do that. Pass the element. Drag and drop. I don't know if you noticed that sometimes there is like a slider like this. And you can drag and move this slider left or right. You would use that drag and drop. Right? Here's the source element. There's two element goes in there, and then target element. Again, I'm not going to show you this because you may or may not have to ever use this. There's this drag and drop by. There's the source from where you're going to start. And offset, you can put a 200 or 300. This is X offset, meaning X-axis and Y-axis, X and Y. You are right here. You want to go 200 step to the positive 200, it's going to move you 200 right here, let's say. If you put a negative offset 200, it will move you back down here. It will move that whatever you're trying to slide or move, you can do it that way. And Y is going up and down if you never need to move it up and down. Otherwise, you keep it as 0. Okay. So there is more to it. You can just Google search that if you ever get into a test scenario where you have to use that. You saw that move to element part, and if you do drag and drop, or you double click, if you want your mouse to release it, you can say action.release right after, let's say, click and hold, and then release. I really don't know if there's any scenario that I can show you where I would need that. I've never used any of these other than just this one. And drag and drop this one by, and I put in the source for only one test case that I have. Next thing we have is how to do scroll up and down and how to open up a new tab, and we should be done for today. Yeah. So let's take a 5 minutes break, come back, and we'll do the rest and finish it up. You all back?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm back to.
All right. Awesome. Let me show you how to do scroll up and down, and let's figure out a scenario here. We all go to Yahoo, and sometimes we search something. Let's say scroll Java SCR all up and down. Sorry about that. So you have the scroll bar here after you typed in, let's say, Java scroll up and down, and you wanted to read up about it, or maybe their test case that requires you to go down here and then click on this link text, maybe a partial link text, top 3 types. And if I do a search right here, Control F, and see top 3 types, scroll bar in Java, suppose you want to click on that, and there's only one of them, so you could use partial link text like this. But if this is not visible right here, you may, Selenium will probably fail. You're probably going to have to scroll down and then say click here, then Selenium sees it. So whatever you see is what Selenium sees. If you don't see it, Selenium doesn't see it. Therefore, it's important to scroll up and down and go to where you want to go. And so this is what we're going to do right now and show you how to do it. I'm going to create a class called scroll. All right. I'm going to do this. 1 second. Scroll up, down, finish. Copy. Delete that. And say how to scroll. And in here, first we're going to go to driver.get. And pick up that website, which is Yahoo. So copy that from the site, paste it here, search this search box. We're going to type in input. So let's locate this search box. Anything that stand out to you?
ID.
The ID. Very good. So let's take it that ID. Go with the easy first. So driver.findElement by.id and paste the ID here, and then send text or send keys. Send keys, and let's put in what was that? What did we type in before? Java scroll. Scroll. So if I do Java scroll, this time it came up here. What did I type in before? Forgot. Java scroll up and down. And then I get this top 3, yes. So we're gonna use this part in here. We're gonna paste it there. And then we're gonna click on this search.
Why don't we store it in web element?
We could, but I wanna do fast right now.
Okay.
So here's that input. Anything stand out here? Anything you think might be unique?
Class, maybe SBB.
Class SBB, so class might work. Class name, sure. So driver dot find element by dot class name, and then dot click. All right, let's see if that much works or not. Run it. It did type in that. It didn't click on it. What would be your first guess that that could have gone wrong?
I mean, the class is not working for the search button.
The class name is not
It's-
working. Okay, that's possible. So in that case, maybe a safe bet is going to be to develop a
Ancestor. Access, expert access.
just XPath. You want to go to XPath Access when your XPath is so difficult to build one. I think you can find a unique one just by looking at this. See
In-
that value.
I mean, the value.
This search, how many search buttons do you see in that? Yeah, it's only one. So I have a feeling if I take this, this is the engineering type of thoughts you need to do. Look at that. Only one. Make it into single quote. Copy that. And go back in here. Get rid of that class name. XPath. Done. Run it. It's still not able to click it. So my next bet is going to be that maybe I need a little bit of a wait. Two seconds, because there's a suggestions window pop up. So what if that messing it up? So still not accepting a click. Let's inspect this a little bit more in here. Notice the button element got changed. Do you see that? This is not the same as the button element that we saw. And we use the value called search. It's there, but maybe there's multiple of them now, which got somewhat changed. So we're actually going to have to mimic this whole thing right after we type that in there. So let's copy this. Yahoo. Paste it. When this shows up, now right click and inspect. Now let's look at the button. Do we see an ID now? You take that ID. I just showed you that the element is changing as you are interacting with the page. It's like, I don't know if you ever met people in your life that have two faces. Sometimes they're, good with you in front of you, and then when they're with somebody else, they're talking crap about you. It's like that element right here. You click on it when you don't have anything in there, it looks different. Watch this. If I just right click and inspect, well, I can't recreate that. I see an ID now. Why wasn't I seeing an ID before? Maybe I was checking on this page. Yeah, the search button just changed when it comes to this page. That element completely changed, but if you go back to the main page, this does have an ID. So you take that. So you got to kind of work with your website that you're testing. So I actually got a wrong page element search button. It didn't work. We can actually do work with the ID here. By.id there and paste. Don't need the double quote. Replace that with a single quote. And now let's save and run it. I bet it's going to work. There's the name. Hit it. Come on. Two seconds. By.id.click. What is the problem with you? What if I write an XPath of you? And if I type in Java, scroll up and down. Look, the element is there, but it's not wanting to work. However, I'm able to go in here and then hit an enter in my keyboard. That works. So how about we mimic that? This is not going to work. What we're going to do is here's the input field where we actually typed in all of that. We can do a force click enter right in this element. And the way to do that is going to be, so keyboard click and click on the search field. Here's how you would do it. Driver.find element. You locate that element, which is that input field ID, which was the same as this. dot send keys. You are still sending keys. Okay, this is how you do it. Instead of typing anything, you write the word, you call in the class called keys, Keys, dot, and if you write that class name called keys, just like you wrote the class name called by, this is part of the Selenium library, so you can use that. Keys, dot, and then that gives you a list of things you can do with your keyboard. Anything in here is kind of like mimicking the keyboard action. And if I narrow that down to dot enter, there is an option that I can choose that will actually do a similar action as an enter button. So I could do keys dot enter, and that's it. So you don't want to be clicked, no problem. I'm going to make you do it because I got all other options. Now let's knock on wood and let's see if that works. There's that. And there's that enter. Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. Now that we went to that page and it didn't want to click, and we want to scroll down and then click on this element right here, which we have to take partial link text anyway. So here's what we're going to do. Let's find that element first. Partial link text, top 3 types. So you go there, you get the element found out. And there's a little bit of a setup you have to do. So here's the element. Element to scroll to. I'm not going to show you scroll to elements, sorry. I'm not going to have enough time, but I'll show you how to just scroll down on that page. You invoked a JavaScript code, and nobody memorizes this, not even me. So I kind of look it up and then do it. So scroll down. And because this whole thing is used, scrolling mechanism is used by JavaScript, which is not the same as Java. Just know that JavaScript are not the same as Java. It's a different kind of code called scripting. You can look that up more, but out of the scope of this class. What you do is there is a class called JavaScript executor. Executor. And you can import that. Hover over. If you spelled it right, it will give you an import option, but let's write this here first, like that. JS is a short for that variable name. And then the way to do that is you take the driver. There's nothing new in there that you need to do. You take the driver and you cast that driver into that JavaScript executor. The way to do that is through a open close parenthesis before the word, before the variable. So you take the same wording and paste it here. And that will forcefully take the driver, cast it into JavaScript, and then the power will be vested into this called JS. Now if I click and hover over, you will get something called import JavaScript executor and import that, and you're done. So now you have this JavaScript with this driver together in there. What you can do is you could say this code js.execute script, and it asks for two things. You can either provide two things, or you could just say scroll as in as a string. Again, don't memorize this. It's on the site. Just use that and try to use it to how you want it. Scroll, add a method of scroll. Let's see if I do 0 and then 400, kind of like the x-axis and the y-axis. It will do something for you. So this would be your y-axis. Notice x-axis is 0 because we don't want to do up, left, and right. But if there is a bar that goes left and right like this, then you need to add a value there and keep this one 0. But ours is a vertical up and down, therefore, which is the y-axis. And this is the y-axis value. If you put a positive number, it's probably going to go down, and a negative number is going to go up. Or I got it the other way around. Let's see. So if I run this right now, it should give me, scroll it up or down a little bit, and we're going to look at the effect right now. So run it. There, I typed in, hit the enter button, went to this page, and not going down. So down would be, my guess, is negative. If this doesn't work, I'll show you a different way to do this. Sometimes they're kind of hit or miss. So let's save it, run it again. And still not going down. What if this is just a flipped way? How about I take that, paste it here. And again, these are free tools. So there's no set way they work. Sometimes they change the code and it doesn't. So I'm gonna change those variables and see if they got X and Y flipped up. Not working. Just a positive 400. And I'm also going to add a thread skip in case that's messing me up. 2 seconds. Well, notice it did move me to the right. So that tells me it is working. Maybe the sleep was needed and it wasn't getting it. So I'm going to put that 0 and put a 400 plus. Also make this a 5-second there. It's too fast. Save it, run. And it went down. Did you see that?
Yes.
If you wanted to go more down, just increase that number, maybe 600. Save it, run it. And if that's not good enough for you, just repeat that code again. So it's like 600 didn't do it for me. So how about I do it multiple times? Do it twice. Good now? All the way? Any questions so far? Okay, if no questions, then now that I have gone that far down, I should be able to click on that link. So click on link text. What was that? Top 3 types. And if I click on top 3 types, it's going to take me to this. We want to make sure that it shows that. So here, driver.findElement by.partial link text, because I'm not using the whole thing. Top 3 types, and then dot click. For now, I'm going to just add another text in case that is important for it to see it. 1 second is fine. Okay, save, run. Are we good? Any question? Yeah. If you wanted to wrap this in one single line, that can be done as well. All you do is you take this. Why it works? Well, this whole thing is the power creator. And that is being vested on a new variable called JS. But what if you didn't want to create a variable and you just want to use this power to do that? You can actually do that with that much only. You don't have to save it in a temporary variable. And this idea, you can use anything you want to use it for whenever you create an element. So this is a shortcut way to do this is you take this piece and not save it, but then you have to repeat that whole thing over and over. You take that. At this point, if you hit a dot, it will give you this execute script. I hope so. Let's see. This executor driver. You do have to close this in bracket. And now hit the dot, execute script, it shows up. And you can do that execute script and take this piece of code for scroll, paste it in here. You're doing all in one line. And you don't need this anymore. That would still work, but you needed to do that twice, perform that twice to get to all the way down. That means you would need another line like that. And if I save and run it, it will do the same thing. There, scroll bar in Java. And test pass. Let me copy this code to you. Let me know if you have any questions.
Say if I don't want to scroll, but like when you hit the search button, I can easily do with the find Control F, like, and then find the top 3 types and click. That will also work, right? Or it will not work because it's not visible in the screen.
Can you ask that again?
Say I don't want to do the scroll. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I hit the search button, and the page came, and I tried to do the find, like Control F.
Yeah.
And then on the find one, I gave the top 3 types and then click. That will work, or it will not work because that link is not visible in the screen.
Generally, if the link is not visible in your eye level, it's not going to work. That's generally speaking. But if your web application works, you're lucky. If it doesn't work, I just showed you what you can do to make it work, which is scroll down, and then it will work. Did that answer your question?
Yes, but say we have like 60, 70 like link in one page, and the link that we are looking is at the middle part. So how we gonna, this one you went down, way down, then you found that one, right? But if I want something that's in the middle,
Yeah.
so how we gonna do that one?
There is an action scroll to element. Look that up. Let's see. Here, I'll do one instantly with you here. Selenium scroll to element. And let's take a look at this one maybe. Close that. Web element, they identified the element, executor argument, scroll into view, and then they passed the element, and then they waited half a second. So I would copy this, put it into my code. Import web element. Let's get a web element on that page real quick. Suppose you want this, we went down, but you wanted to come back to where that element, when another element is. So suppose we want to come back to this part again, where it says page scroll up. Let's make sure that one is available as a single. Up. Yeah, there's only one. So let's go to this element again. This time it's not going to care if it's going to go up or down. It's just going to go where that element is by scrolling up or down as much as needed. So here, driver.find element, all I need to do is change this by dot partial link text and put in that text right there. And then this element is getting passed into this JavaScript executor right here. The rest, you just have to write it down somewhere or get it from the internet and then make it happen. All that's happening is driver is getting beat up into the JavaScript executor, and then that gives you this execute script option, and there's this argument, which I don't know what that is and how that applies or what logic in there, but I know I'm passing that element and it's going to move me there. So let's run this and see. So it's going to scroll down first, and then it's going to scroll back up because the element is up there, even though we didn't say go up. So here it went down. Oh, it moved to another. Yeah, I cannot click on it. So let me disable this click. We clicked on it, it moved away. That what happened? Did it go back up?
Yes, okay.
Run it, search, enter, scroll down, and scroll back up, but it did very little. It did little because it only needed a little bit to see it. Let me do a few more of these. It didn't scroll enough down. Run it. But however up it went, look all the way down, and then up back onto that element. Page scroll up. Now we see it and then page closes. You see how it's working?
Yes.
This is what you have to do when you're at your workplace. I'm not going to teach you 100%. So there are a few things that you might need to tweak a bit and things like that. It's all over the web, is free. So just get it, use it, and apply it as you need it. I'm going to finish this up with one last thing. I'm going to do it right in here. And that is right after you click on this. Where was I? You click on this top 3. Notice a new tab just got opened up. Your driver is still in this tab right here. Your driver won't be able to click on this button if you don't ask the driver to move to this tab. So it's important to know that part. And suppose we wanted to click on this, our test case needed to click on this to give me access. Okay? Or you put in an email and then say, give me access. And then you see this thing come up that is not correct or something. Or terms of use. Let's say terms of use. We use that because it's more visible. Let me double check. No, that's a different. Yeah, it brings you here. You hit the X button. We'll hit the X button, sorry. So click here. Page. That's weird. That X button is no longer there. How about we click here? This is what is Java, what AWT in Java. We click on that button. I like this button. Anyway, you get the point. So let's do this. We'll take it one step farther. And we don't need to scroll up. So I'm going to isolate that. We're going to open up the click. And now we're going to move the driver to a different window. Here's how you have to do this. Each window has a handle, meaning a unique number, and you need to know what that unique number is. Here's how you can find out. You can do sysout, and here write driver dot get window handles. And if you do that, it's going to print out the window handles for you. So if I run this, you will see this in the console. Right there. Here's the first window handle, the unique ID, and the second window handle, that one. What you would need to do is take this window handle. Either you can copy this and then say, move driver, switch the driver to this particular handle, but that could actually be risky, because what if this window handle number is dynamic, meaning next time you run a test case, this number becomes a different number. That's going to fail. So the only one good way and an easy least code way to do it is in a for loop, where you spin this inside a loop. Okay? You spin it inside a loop. Meaning, in the loop, you design it that the driver is going to go to the first one, and then it's going to spin again and go to the last one. And it will take you there to the last one that you ended up in. So it's kind of like an indirect way of going there. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to say for And this is an advanced for loop, meaning we're going to write the data type first, which is string, and give it a name. We call it handles or ID or window ID, whichever you want. Window ID, this is a name that you give. With the colon, here's where you're going to pass all those list of windows. And the way we got that is by basically this code. Driver.get window handles. So if you type this code, driver.get window handles, I want you to look at something here. Pay attention. Notice this is a set, kind of like a collections that we did, array list, linked list, hash set, hash map. So that whole thing fits in here perfect. And if this is like there's 5 items, this for loop is smart enough to spin it 5 times. If this has 2 items, it will spin it twice. So .get window handles works perfectly. And then over here, you're going to say driver.switch to .window. And over here, you put in the window ID, and the ID is going to come from that. What is happening here? You got this 2 items. There you go. So you got this 2 things that are here. So this window ID first takes the first ID. Let's say this is the first ID, here's the second ID. So it takes the first ID, goes in here, and goes driver.switch to, and then in the window plugs in this window ID, which is the original ID that you had, that you were on, the first window. And then moves the driver there. Well, that's stupid because the driver is already there. There's no point in moving the driver there. Driver was already there. But the whole thing is, I don't know what that next number is, and it could change next time. But the loop is going to do that. Once he's done, he's going to cross that off, that I'm done with this. Then I'm going to move into the next one. This window ID will take the window ID of the next one, get back down here, make the driver switch to this window, plug in that window ID, the last one, move the driver there, and then since there is no more here, it's going to stop. We end up with the last window that was just opened up. Does that make sense? Any question on this? Take silence as we're good. Now that we move to the very last window, we would be able to
Needs time to understand actually. Yeah.
Actually, don't know whether any question is there or not. So we have to understand first.
Right. I guess it's kind of a new and little to synthesize, and you're wondering, will I be able to remember this? 600 plus courses is a link text. I'm going to click on this partial link text right there. So it will just click on that after it moves the window there. So we'll say driver.find element by.x partial link text, and in here paste it, and then they say click.click. I visually noticed that it does take a little bit longer to show up thread.sleep. Maybe 2 seconds for presentation purposes is better. And so here's what's happening. The driver goes to that top 3 types, scrolls down and clicks on that top 3 type. Then this page shows up. This page shows up, waits 2 seconds, and then clicks on the 600 courses button. And then this page is going to show up. And then window will close down. What happens is right when he clicks on top 3 types, there is a second window opens up. So we have 2 windows. And this will print out the 2 windows. We really don't need this code anymore to print out, but without this code, you won't even be able to click on this button here because the driver is still on that Yahoo page, not the new window page. And by this piece of code, you move the driver to the new window. And then it's going to work. So save it, run it. Scroll down. Not enough down, but still made it there. And click on that. And we got that page. And close down. And also print it out. The window handle. Notice it's a different unique number now. Doesn't match from the previous one either. And then the test passed. Any question? What if I didn't do this? Right? It will never find the element. Clicked on it, scroll down, clicked on that page, went here, so far so good. Now the Selenium is looking for that 600 plus courses and it can't find it because Selenium is still on this particular tab and he doesn't even know that this tab exists. So it's going to wait for maybe 60 seconds, 30 seconds. The implicit wait was 30 seconds, so let's see. There, it closed. We got the window handles printed out. If you see your Java JUnit, it's going to give you an error. And if we look at why, there, oops, my cursor is on it. There, no such element exception, unable to locate element. Partial link text is the method we used of ByLocator, where we put in that selector 600 plus courses all. It couldn't even find it. It doesn't tell you any more information. You as a test engineer should be able to, from your experience, be able to say that, hey, I never really moved the driver from this Yahoo page to this new tab, and therefore it's unable to find it. That's all I got for you. Do you have any questions?
No more question for me.
Okay. Here's the code. Go ahead and copy that. While you're doing that, let me explain this week's homework. I'm only going to give you one homework because it's a lot. If you want to do more, please do. Don't hesitate. There is a homework here for product and services tab and products, add, edit, delete a product. So go to TechFile site. This here. Again, you're on your own. You're grown up. I'm not going to pressure you. to do this. We're going to take file site, log in, and the test case indicates going to products and services and products page. So products and services and products page, go there, and your test scenario is add, edit, delete product. So here's your add product. You would come up with the scenario yourself with the steps, and I want to see how brilliantly you design this. So obviously you need to click on it, add a product name, like let's say microwave, sale price $500, item number, put in something else, 23, 25, 69, just making it up, description, and this is a test microwave, test by John. I'm just checking this. And then hit submit, validate this success, go to list products, and type in that product name, microwave. If I just hit a search right there, there's that microwave. Validate that it shows up by get text method. Edit this, click on edit. Change this, whatever you want to change. Maybe change the price to drop it down to $4.49. Update. Wait for that element. Search again. Use a unique microwave number, random generated, that will be better. That way, if there are two microwaves or something, you got it. Validate the price changed to $4.49. Once you validated that, delete the product. Click on delete button. Here's a pop-up. Use this pop-up to click accept. OK button. Validate that it's gone. Type in microwave. Hit the search button again. And make sure that that element returns nothing, or element should not be found. You can do an assert false and then look for the element, and it should not return anything. Try that. I mean, if you're stuck and you need help, just ping me, and I will, if you need me to do this with you, I can sit up on Thursday evening at 8:30 and even solve this for you. But do ping me and let me know. So that will be your homework for this whole week, actually. So tomorrow, that's the same thing. I'm not going to assign you a new one. This is one homework. I will clean up this class information. There is a lot of data here, and upload this video as well. If y'all have any more questions before we end the class?
No.
All right, great. And have a nice Saturday, and I'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.